Right.
I'm going to move the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Busy?
George's. Because the store wants to put stuff in another way. Here's the Yes, you're right.
I don't think we have either one today.
We have four.
Four.
Even just still on our own.
In the forum, they should be.
Andrew knows. And then Andrew knows is visiting judge. And I don't know who judges were before we chose it.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I guess we'll just take a time out and.
I did. And he tried to reschedule. See, I did let him know that we. In the middle of closing. But I did multiple times. For multiple different reasons. Mr. Mack also.
Right. Also, a year and a half ago.
We'll see if Mr. Mack shows up. Right?
Where's that? So. I gotta pull that up right now.
Yeah, I'm not too. That'll work itself out.
Yeah, everything will work itself out. That's just.
Sometimes it's just a really good job.
Losing this a pre-trial. A civil case. Mr. Rusin is on, and there's a civil case at 8:30.
Oh, there is. That seems like something.
I got it. I was looking at these.
I put the document together. I had all the files. I just guess I didn't realize. Or remember that.
I think I need. These are the afternoon files. I need the morning files. Yeah, one got bricks, I think.
You want me to bring him in to call it or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
stuff here. So you guys have the table. Mrs. Andrews.
Yes.
right, we're on the record in docket 22-02111. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Tyler Briggs. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. George and on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Briggs.
This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Nid, how are we proceeding?
I spoke with the victim a handful of times and I have not been able to get in contact with her. So at this time, I believe the defense wants to make a motion.
Okay,
We would make a motion to dismiss at this time, Judge.
Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you mind rounding it up to Patrick, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
and the witness was subpoenaed today and did not appear. All right. So defense motions to dismiss. I'll dismiss without prejudice. This is the defendant's juvenile motion. Yeah, so I don't think we want two, I think we want one.
Should we dismiss the
The defendant's or the juvenile's motion for dismissal is granted. Okay. I think it's defendant / juvenile's motion.
Oh, okay.
That's what threw me. All right, so. So, sir, Mr. Briggs, this case is dismissed without prejudice for the people are unable to proceed today. That means they could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-02111, Mr. Anid?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to leave.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, no problem.
Mr. Rusin, you're here on LVNV funding versus Ron Phillip.
Correct, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and call that single civil matter for the record. So we're on the record in docket 22-02036. That's LVNV funding LLC versus Ron Phillip. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Judge, may I please record my name is Attorney Richard Rusin. I'm the attorney of record for the plaintiff. I'm also attorney of record today in this pretrial, my bar number 35222.
All right, thank you. And this is the time set for a civil pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 8:30. It is now 8:45. I do not see a Ron Phillip in the waiting room. Is there a Ron Phillip in the physical courtroom? And I do have one person who's just added, the Alcatel Joy tab, and I'm waiting for them to connect to audio so I can find out who they are. All right, they're having trouble connecting to audio. So, Mr. Rusin, give me a minute for the Alcatel Joy tab to connect, and then we'll call your. Well, I just want to make sure it's not Mr. Phillip.
I respect what you're saying, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Rusin, let's go ahead and call your case. There's one individual I wanted to find out who they were, but I can't get them to connect to the audio, so I'm uncertain. So we're on the record back on the record in docket 22-02036. This was scheduled for 8:30. It's now 8:52. It would appear that, once again, I'm calling for Ron Phillip, and I don't see Ron Phillip in the Zoom courtroom. The person who I was waiting for is now left. This is set for pretrial on a civil matter today. Mr. Rusin, how would you like to proceed?
Judge, I would like to proceed under the Michigan court rules and ask for a failure to appear default because of defendant's failure to appear at this pretrial when noticed, like I see from the rest of actions, that there was a notice to appear dated on or about January 23rd, 2023, advising both myself and Mr. Phillip to appear today for the Zoom hearing. Judge, I can tell you this is a some certain case which is based on a defaulted credit card. I'm looking at about 40 credit card statements from Credit One Bank that I attached to discovery, and I previously served on defendant. And so therefore, I would ask, in furtherance of the failure to appear default today, for a failure to appear default judgment in the amount of the complaint, which was filed for $1,971.06. Judge, I can tell you that there was a $75 statutory summons filing fee, a $57.88 summons service fee, total taxable cost of $132.88. Judge, pursuant to Michigan court rule, I'm asking for a $75 statutory attorney fee concurrent with the request for this entry of default judgment. A total judgment I ask for today is $2,178.94. On that I rest.
All right. So you'll follow that up with an order to breaking down the $2,178.94 request based on the default judgment for fail to appear at this pretrial. I also have that we set this 45 days out, and the date was placed on the record when the defendant was previously here. So there shouldn't be no misunderstanding concerning the defendant's presence today. You'll follow that up with an order, sir?
Judge, I will email that to the clerk's office before the close of business today.
Anything else for the record in docket
Judge,
22-02036?
Judge, at this time, plans rest.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rusin. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a pretrial. On the Alcatel Joy tab, your name is Bradley Shaler.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Shaler, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes,
All right, stand by. We've got some cases to go in front of you, but you're in the right place, okay?
right on. Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Miss Thomas, you're also here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, same with you. We've got some cases to call in front of you, but you're in the right courtroom, all right?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then Ms. Freeman, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I've got some cases to call in front of you, but you're in the right place, all right, ma'am?
Thank you, sir.
What, who's your attorney? Do you know? Is that Miss Sutter or Miss Robinson?
Miss Sutter.
All right, thank you.
Well, Ms. Freeman.
Sir, on the cell phone, would you please identify yourself?
Michael King?
Okay, Mr. King, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, stand by. We've got some cases to call in front of you. You might want to mute yourself since the courtroom can hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Koontz, you're here on Ms. Thomas's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you want to speak to the prosecutor about that case?
That would be great. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let me find out which prosecutor's handling the case, and so stand by, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sir, on Pose's iPhone, would you please identify yourself?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What's your name, sir?
Doyce Lee.
Doyce Lee, all right. And Mr. Lee, you're not represented today?
No.
All right. Stand by, I've got some cases to call in front of you, and then we'll figure out what assistant prosecutors on your case, all right?
Okay.
22-03210 and 23-00391. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Antoine Bunn. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor, George and on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Antoine Bunn, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Antoine Bunn? All right. This time set for a final pretrial today. I guess we'll take one doc at a time. On 22-3210, which is the earlier file, Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
I spoke with the victim a few times. She said she wasn't gonna show up. If she would have been on Zoom. So if she's not on Zoom, she failed to show.
Okay, so the people are unable to proceed with the pretrial. Complaining victim failed to appear. Ms. Sutter, any comment on that?
Your Honor, just to ask that each case for which there are no witnesses present today, that the charges be dismissed.
Okay. All right, so docket 22-03210, without the victim's appearance, the defense moves to dismiss. That's granted without prejudice. So, sir, on that file 22-03210, the case is dismissed. The people could reissue if they choose to, but at this time, for the victims failed to appear for the final pretrial, this case is dismissed. All right, sir. I'll sign a dismissal to that effect. Thank you. And then in regards to docket 23-00391, sir, you again are Antoine Bunn in that matter? Sure. All right. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding on that file?
I'm going to defer to.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is that there's no witnesses present today. Given that, I would request that the charge be dismissed.
Okay, and the witnesses were subpoenaed for final pretrial? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, with the witness not appearing at final pretrial and the defendant moves to dismiss, that's granted without prejudice. I'll sign the order of dismissal to that effect. So once again, Mr. Bunn, this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? All right, do you have any questions of me? All right, you're all set. You free to leave the Zoom courtroom. And already on Mr. Gallegos. We're on the record in docket 23-00097. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Hector Gallegos. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Andrew Stevens on behalf of the people.
Good morning. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Gallegos, who is seated to my left.
And sir, you are Hector Gallegos?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had several conversations with Ms. Sutter this morning regarding this case. Additionally, I would indicate that the complaining witness was present. And I've had numerous conversations with him regarding resolution. I believe Ms. Sutter and I have at the within the court's discretion are going to be requesting a joint, or this will be a joint request for an adjournment. And the reason for that is, Judge, Mr. Gallegos is, as you can see, currently in custody, and it's, at least my understanding is, speaking with Ms. Sutter, that's due to matters in Eaton County.
Okay.
And what I would say, and certainly Ms. Sutter will correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have a proposed resolution that is certainly at play, but Mr. Gallegos and Ms. Sutter would like additional time to sort of investigate what this proposed resolution may or may not, if it may or may not impact his matter in Eaton County.
All right.
And so with that,
So is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter,
It is,
that
yes.
so could we set this, the final pretrial for the jury trial date of March 28th?
I think that makes sense, Your Honor. We did discuss 2 weeks, and if we're going to adjourn it, I would have no objection to an agreement that the witnesses need not be subpoenaed for that.
All right, so witnesses not need appear. And we'll reset it for final pretrial on March 28th. Right. We're set for jury trial at 8. Okay, so we'll set it at March 28th at 8:30. And then if we need a jury trial date, we'll get a jury trial date after that, all right?
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right.
thank you, Judge.
All right, so that's all for the record, Doctor, on docket 23-00097. And then Ms. Ferreira.
She's here already. I think the prosecutor's making some decisions there.
All right,
Okay.
which prosecutor is that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Your Honor, any word on when you will have a single prosecutor assigned to your courtroom again?
I think that answered your question, Mr. Moss. I think we have, yeah, we're waiting, we're waiting. Yeah. I think we're gonna have 2 for a while. I think we're gonna have 2 new prosecutors for a while. We had Mr. Wisty for a while, but he went to banking law, so.
I think he's a little bit better suited to that. Nice guy, didn't like the courtroom.
Nice, yes, I think that's well said. Smart guy, nice guy.
Very smart. Some
Yeah,
people aren't inclined towards litigation. I think he was one of those people.
Right.
Oh, one of these folks. Usually they're Nathaniel or the judge.
Have you put on a breaker room with Haley Thompson?
Well, I'll make Wendy a co-host, or else I'll.
I wasn't listening now.
So you.
Right.
So. Then we can dismiss
You
the
co-host.
PA 50. Or we would recommend.
There's 2 PA 53s.
Oh, I only saw one.
Mr.
I know you have one again.
Mr. Need, Mr. Kuntz is in a breakout room.
So he's also got possession.
Yeah.
So. Leads to possession that. 7411. That we can then dismiss the article. Dismiss the. He would clear the entity will be as charged. And then pay restitution.
No, just leave it, just set it up. All right.
So one, the restitution was 1,400. And the other one, it was. That was the gator and sparrow, and $1,000.
I can write it in file. We can figure it out later. All these people on Zoom, they're not coming up on the. There he is.
Yeah. we
For
can-
Patrick and Warren's church.
You
we
have
can-
Howard too,
can we
right?
do-
Did they?
You have Howard, or is that?
That's
Actually-
Howard. She had
Actually, can
Howard.
we do Catherine first? Because that witness is here. So that way we can just get her around.
Sure. He has her.
Yeah, but all mine are ready to go once we're done with this. Let me go.
How are you, Tiffany? Or Sydney?
He's good.
Sydney. Sydney, we got a full day, so
I see,
hang
yeah.
tight. Mr. Need, were you able to meet with Mr. Coons?
Can you throw me in there one more time? I got kicked
Yeah.
out.
If you join, well, there you are. All right. So you want to put Mr. I can put him.
It's coming up. It's just I haven't gotten it.
We're having some technological issues too. Just to add to our plate. On to room one.
As I'm sure you're aware, because it is my hometown. It is a cold winter. What you mean? Oh, no, you're.
And Mr. Coons just came out. I don't know what that was all about.
I left the room right as the prosecutor was coming back in. If I could be.
Mr. Coons, I'm gonna put you back in the room with Mr. Need. Mr. Coons. Including that guy.
Thank you.
Mr. Coons, you'll have to rejoin room one. Mr. Coons, you'll have to rejoin room one.
Yes, I am. Okay, thank you.
All right. And the APA should be in that room.
Or, so I don't know what I'm doing, if I'm in here or not.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be in.
Would the person on Yvonne's Galaxy please identify yourself? You're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, Misha Burnett.
Misha Burnett, you're here for your 9:30?
Yes.
All right, you're gonna have to stand by. We've got a lot of cases in front of you, all right?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
How do I stand by?
Just like you're doing now, except every time you talk, everybody in the Zoom courtroom can hear you.
Oh, I apologize.
All right, Mr. Shaler, we're gonna call your case.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the record in docket 22-03581. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Bradley Shaler. Appearances for the record, Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Shaler, who is joining us via Zoom.
Sir, you are Bradley Shaler?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right. So my understanding, this is the first date. It was kind of a control date on a deferred sentence. There was an outstanding balance. My understanding is you paid that online. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And so my understanding how this works is if there's an email problem or it doesn't report it till tomorrow, you should have got an email today, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna adjourn it to make sure your payment comes through, so we know exactly, so we have some status as to your payment, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could interrupt. The email never did came, and I called up the court again, and she said she sent it to a Gmail. I did not give a Gmail email. I gave a Yahoo email. She said she can't resubmit it for some weird reason, that it can only go to one email, but she did indicate that Lauren Sutter could call and they will verify it, or your
All
your
right.
court.
I'm happy to do that.
All right, well, let's set it as a control date right now, so we don't lose the file. And then if you wanna just confirm it. So we'll reset the sentencing, we're just gonna get a date to confirm the restitution payment.
Okay.
And then, Ms. Sutter is gonna follow that up. Any afternoon would work.
Yeah, I think at the absolute latest 1 week. I can
Okay.
check with the window later today.
Yeah, we can do it either or.
Let's do next week, 3/21 at 9.
So 3/21 at 9:30, that's just a control date in order to check, to confirm the payment. And then we'll go from there. All right, Mr. Shaler?
That's okay.
And just to confirm, Your Honor, control date, that means Mr. Shaler need not appear.
Correct. Mr. Shaler need not to appear unless you find out that there's no payment, and then we should all reconvene. All right. But if everything is said is true, then we're just confirming it, and you don't have to show up next week. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-03581, Ms. Sutter.
I have nothing else. Thank
You're
you.
free to leave the Zoom courtroom, Mr. Shaler. Thank you for your appearance.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Sutter.
No problem.
Court case. Shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I haven't done that yet.
And then
You ready on any cases?
Yeah, we're ready on people be Catherine. I believe.
So which case is that?
Mr. Kathleen? On the
23.
30.
Okay, I got it. 23-00229. We're on the record in docket 23-00229. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Assad Kathim. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Braddock's on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Kathleen.
And sir, you are Mr. Kathim and you're the interpreter, is that correct? All right, let me swear you in, sir, just to make sure that. I was waiting for that. Yeah. And make sure I've got the swearing in form. And then we're gonna start all over again now that we know who's here. All right. So raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll make a true and understandable interpretation to the witness in the courtroom, that you will accurately interpret the statements made by Mr. Kathim to the courtroom to the best of your ability?
Yes, sir.
All right. And please state your name and spell your last name for the
My
record.
name is Edward, Edward, last name Eid.
D-I-D?
EID.
E-I-D, okay. And you pronounce it Eid? Eid, all right. So once again, and we'll do it a little slower this time, so you have some time to, I'm gonna announce 23-00229, people of the state of Michigan versus Assad Kathim. All right, parties to introduce themselves for the record once again.
Jeff Braddock's on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Kathleen.
Okay. And sir, you are Assad Kathim? Okay, yes, all right. This is the time set for a pre-trial, final pre-trial on the matter. How are the people proceeding?
As you stated, Your Honor, this is the date and time set for final pretrial.
Yeah, call.
The people have subpoenaed witnesses and our witness has appeared. The people have made an offer of plea as charged to count 2 domestic violence with 7694A if available. Dismiss count 1. We have conveyed that offer to the defense.
I don't agree to the charges.
Okay, so
I would defer to then the defense.
Okay, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we're gonna keep it set for trial.
Okay, so we'll keep set for jury trial on March 28th. At 8 a.m. And on that date, we will probably need 2 translators, is my understanding. One for content. And then my understanding, according to SCAO, is 1 for proceeding. All right. And what's the language of choice for, so that I can put it on the Arabic? Okay.
Because she's from the same country, she speaks it.
Okay.
The wife, yeah.
We'll need 2. I can't speak for the victim. Yeah. So I'd ask the prosecutor, does the victim need a translator also?
Yes, Your Honor, the people would request a translator for the victim.
We may need 3. All right. So I have set the jury trial for March 28th at 8 a.m. And at this time, I have 1 translator for content for the defendant. 1 translator for the complaining witness. And then we have a 3rd translator for the process to explain the process, to make sure that the process is explained, which kind of takes the burden off you. That's my understanding. Right. So March 28th date is the date. Do you have anything else for the record? Docket 23-00229.
Nothing else for the record, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll see everybody on March 28th at 9 a.m. Thank you for your assistance today. Thank you. You're all set. What, Jeremiah Howard?
He's here, Judge. We're ready.
All right, that's a
I can go grab him real quick.
yeah. Is that yours, Mr.?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We have 2 files on Mr. Howard. All right, Mr. Howard, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00285 and 22-02730. Let's go ahead and start with the older file, but parties' appearances for the record.
Jeff Braddock on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Howard.
And sir, you are Jeremiah Howard? All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial on both files. Sir, how are we proceeding? And we can start with the earlier file, which is 22-02730.
As you stated, Your Honor, today is the date and time set for final pretrial. This matter was set at 8:30. People have subpoenaed witnesses. I have called the hallway in the courtroom and the people's witnesses have not appeared, so I would defer to the defense.
All right. People are unable to proceed. Defense?
You make a motion to dismiss, Judge.
All right, so first, as to docket 22-02730, I'm going to grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice, which means, sir, is the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right. So that's all for the record so I've signed that. That's all for the record in docket 22-02730. Similarly, we have docket 23-00285. Parties have appeared. How do the people wish to proceed on this case?
Again, Your Honor, this is the date and time set for final pretrial. The people have subpoenaed witnesses. I've called the hallway in the courtroom. The witness has not appeared. So at this time, the people are unable to proceed. I would defer to the defense.
Ms. Robinson?
Make a motion to dismiss, Judge.
All right. All right, the people are unable to proceed today because their witnesses have failed to appear at final pretrial. Defense moves to dismiss, which is granted. I'll sign the order of dismissal. Sir, what that means, stay similarly, is this dismissed without prejudice. The people could reissue if they choose to. However, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? You understand that? All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00285. From the people.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Mr. Need, were you able to meet with Mr. Kuntz on Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
All right, are you ready to put that on the record?
We can sort of jointly do this.
All right.
Sort of jumped in on this as well, Judge.
All right, so let me grab that file. So Mr. Kuntz, are you ready to proceed on Ms. Thomas? I don't think he's paying attention.
Yes, if the people are ready, I'm ready.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-03028, people of the state of Michigan versus Haley Thomas. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Andrew Stevens on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Dustin Coons for Haley Thomas. We are appearing by Zoom today.
All right, ma'am, you are Haley Thomas. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is, as the court indicated, the first pretrial. I had a opportunity, sort of speaking through a colleague, to hear what Mr. Kuntz has to say regarding Ms. Thomas's case that's present before the court, without sort of airing every detail to the detriment of Ms. Thomas. There were some other matters that Ms. Thomas had already sort of dealt with that were contemporaneous in time to this specific offense. Mr. Coons has, and myself, and I think Mr. Enid were not aware of sort of that sequence of events. So Mr. Coons has provided me that information at my request. And so I'd like some additional time to sort of sort through all of those matters. I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask for just a second pretrial. I would defer to Mr. Coons as to sort of how he would like to, or his request on his client's behalf. I don't want to delay things more than necessary.
Mr. Coons, your response?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So through, I think, no fault of anyone's here, from our end of things, we've had two attorneys on this case, and from the people's end of things, I think 4 different APAs we've had contact with, and it is a really unusual, it's an unusual situation in how this particular case unfolded, and the shortest possible explanation is the offense was in the summer of 2019, but charges weren't authorized in October of 2020. Meanwhile, Haley was dealing with some other offenses and did everything she was supposed to, has continued doing that. And so we're asking for special consideration in this case, and definitely understand that Mr. Stevens really hasn't had the time to process all of the moving parts here. So all that being said, I think an adjournment for further negotiations would be appropriate.
It's my understanding that there may be a restitution issue in this. Yeah, it also.
Mr. Kuntz's email referenced potential restitution.
So what I'll do is I'll set it out. What we'll do is we'll set it out for final pretrial for negotiation purposes, and then we'll set a jury trial date on top of that. But that should give you time. That should give the prosecutor's office enough time to consider all the factors, including at the time I've got a note that there were pending OWIs that is going to be brought into this. So, and I understand that there was that Mr. Wisty, I think Mr. Wisty handled this before.
Correct.
So Mr. Kuntz, we'll set it out 30 days or so for final pretrial, and then we'll set a jury trial from that. We'll get 2 dates. So set for final pretrial on April 11th at 8:30. And jury trial date
April 25th at 8.
April 25th at 8. Really, those dates are more markers, just so that we keep it moving with the understanding that now we've got a final pretrial date. Anything else for the record docket 20-3-028, Mr. Stevens?
Other than there's no better way to solve problems by adding more lawyers to the equation. Thankfully, now that in my current role, and now that I've had some conversation with Mr. Kuntz, I think we can sort of cut through all of that and resolve, or hopefully resolve all of this. But
all right,
beyond that, nothing from the people.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kuntz, anything else from the defense?
Not for the record, Your Honor, but could I be placed in a breakout room with my client?
Yes, yeah. So I'll have Ms. Thomas and Mr. Kuntz placed in a breakout room. You're all set today. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Which one? Alex.
One is Mr. Elita Ferreira is Mr. Need, and I don't know about on this.
I can probably answer some of those questions. Ferreira is George, I believe, Patrick, and Waters French is Jeff.
Okay. So, Mr. Need, are you ready on Ms. Herrera?
Yes.
All right. So we're on the record in two files. That's docket 22-02495 and 23-00437. We'll take the older file first. So parties' appearances for the record.
George, and on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Herrera, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Aletha Herrera? All right. This is the time set for, I have a final pretrial. I also have a defendant's motion to compel discovery concerning this case. Mr. Nita, how are we proceeding on docket 22-0249?
After speaking with the defense, I think we came to an agreement, and I'm gonna let the defense convey that.
All right.
Thank you. My understanding from discussions with Mr. Need is the offer is if Ms. Herrera is to plead to one count of assault and battery between the two files, the remaining balance would be dismissed. In particular, Ms. Herrera would be, I'm sorry, not guilty, a no contest plea. My understanding is Ms. Herrera would be entering a no contest to count one in the file, I'm making sure I'm correct, Your Honor, before I say this. File number 23-00437, and the remaining balance would be dismissed. And I believe there's a Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail.
Okay. So, Mr. Need, is that your understanding of the plea offer?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. So this is a plead to, essentially a plead no contest to 23-00437. A dismissal of the count in 22-02495 and a Killebrew agreement of no jail.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Ferrer, is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Sutter, do you have a police report or
I
a?
am working on sending that to you right now,
Okay.
Your Honor, or rather to Nathaniel and Wendy. I got it already.
All right, so may I address your client in regards to a no contest, please?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, it's the court's understanding that essentially you'll be pleading. Court's understanding is you'll be pleading no contest to one file, dismissing one file. And there's a Killebrew agreement of no jail, is that correct? Now, the outstanding, you could be sentenced to up to 93 days and or $500 on the count that you're pleading to. Do you understand that? And if I Killebrew it to no jail time, which means that there's an agreement that you serve no jail. If I don't follow that agreement, that means you can withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. So with that understanding, let me get the file that you're pleading no contest to.
And I just sent that over to Wendy and Nathaniel.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Right, haven't quite yet.
So this would be a plea of no contest to count one?
Yes.
And then counts 2 and 3 would be dismissed along with the other file?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, you understand we've talked about the possible penalty, maximum penalties in this. You understand you have certain trial rights you will be waiving if you plead no contest. And I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to have a trial. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have a right to have witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to be represented. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter, and she would cross-examine or contest any charges brought against you in a trial. Do you understand that, ma'am? You have the right to have the court order any witnesses in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you, and you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand that? It's my understanding you'll be waiving those rights in order to plead no contest today. Is that your understanding? So if you plead no contest, you will not be having a trial of any kind. So you cannot indicate that that this was the result of any coercion or duress. You're pleading no contest for the matter stated, and we'll state it for the record. Also, you won't be having a trial, so you can't appeal any right. Do you understand that, ma'am? Is it your intent to plead no contest today? All right, and the purposes for the no contest plea?
Civil liability.
Civil liability.
She still wants this on Zoom, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I bet you that report got caught up in like we scan it from like this has happened before with the public defender's office. Do you want to forward it to a prosecutor and see if they can forward it to us? For whatever reason, it triggers the reports when we get it from the public defender, it triggers something in the city. I don't know if it's a number.
Oh, like a security thing.
It's like a
the
security
PDF?
thing, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you
but
mind forwarding them the report?
yeah, so if you forward it, so we can try a different route. This is not the first time.
Gotcha.
This is-
That would explain why Mr. Wisty usually did it.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you forward it to the prosecutor and they forward it to us,
Sure.
then
Yep. I'll forward it to you and you'll just forward it. Which one am I forwarding to?
that's in the past how we've gotten around that, right?
Jeffrey.
Mr. Wisty did,
He
yeah.
quit.
This is the way it is. Okay. Right. So we'll do that after we take the no contest.
I just sent it to Jeff. He's here, I know that, but that's it. Yes, I think I'm ready. She's online, so we'll wait for her.
So now we're
To
looking,
Wendy and Nathaniel.
we're looking for it from the prosecutor's
Wendy
office.
Holder and Nathaniel Means. I apologize, Your Honor, was that?
No, that's just happened, so.
Yeah,
I would just, we're looking for the from the prosecutor's office, no?
Yeah, I'm
I don't have any.
scanning right now. Your
Okay.
Honor, so once it's done, do it.
Have any.
You got it.
Yes.
Or the agent.
Yeah.
I just got the Sutters.
We just got Miss Sutter's.
Oh, yeah, and if I email.
So print out whichever one that,
I am.
so we just got yours.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Better too many than too few, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I had a second minute.
Plan B,
Works.
this was Plan A.
I get into a breakout room with Mr. Lee, please?
Mr. Lee, all right, as soon as he prints that out, you can put Mr. Brodowitz and Mr. Lee, I'm probably butchering that name, but Mr. Brodowitz and Mr. Lee in a breakout room. All right, so we're back on the record in docket 22-02495 and 23-00437. And this is a police report in regards to 23-00437. Is my understanding that this is what I'm to use for factual basis on the file to plead to count one. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be, just so we're on the same page, that would be the Lansing Police Department report in regards to case number 235-190-1224.
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. Need?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we'll have the offense date. This happened on February 7th of 2023 at the offense location.
Yeah.
722 Kaywood Street, City of Lansing, Ingham County, in regards to date and time of the event. Ms. Herrera is the indicated victim, Gloria Herrera.
Right here.
Yeah. Count one. Yeah, so this
Okay.
is- so this is-
Count is for-
Yeah.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I'm looking for Ms. Herrera's, I'm looking for Gloria Herrera's statement.
It's the first one,
Okay.
page 4.
I believe in the report you're looking at, Your Honor, it's page 7.
Page 7, okay.
That's okay.
Give you this one.
It's
here.
about halfway down the page.
All right.
What I'm looking at, it says on page 7, victim Gloria Herrera's statement.
Okay, yeah, I was just making sure. So Gloria Herrera indicates that on that date and time, that she was speaking with the accused Herrera through the door. They were yelling at each other. And it appears that she felt in fear because there was a BB gun pointed at her and there was yelling along with the BB gun. So the battery would require an assault, which is the threatening of an individual who feels threatened or who feels put in fear of, or the attempted battery. It appears that Ms. Herrera stated that the trigger was pulled twice of the BB gun, which would account for an attempted battery at least of putting in fear of the victim, Gloria Herrera. So I find the no contest to be that the defendant, Letha Renee Herrera, did in count 1 make an assault and battery upon the following Gloria Herrera, and that she attempted battery or placed her in reasonable fear or apprehension. So I find the factual basis to be valid in regards to docket 23-00437. Any questions, Mr. Need, on the factual basis of the assault and battery in regards to Gloria Herrera?
People are satisfied. Thank you.
Anything in regards to factual basis, Ms. Sutter?
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right. So I find the no contest plea to meet the elements of the crime. The no contest is accepted. In regards to the second file, the case, the second file 23-00437. The second file of 22-02495 is dismissed. And I will sign a nollie cross to that per the plea agreement. I think there's also a place for Mr. Need to sign. So if you want to sign that first, and then I'll sign it after you in regards to dismissing that file. And then counts 2 and 3 are dismissed in regards to 23-00437. We're going to refer this to probation. And I'll need to sign that after you. Sentencing date?
May 9th at 1:30.
At 1:30. All right, so Ms. Herrera. Ms. Sutter, does your client plan to go to probation today?
Yes.
All right. So what you'll do is you'll go to probation on the 5th floor today. Answer any questions. They're going to prepare a report for me. And then on May 9th, you'll be back here at 1:30 and we'll see what options are available in regards to being sentenced on this no contest plea, okay? Do you have any questions for me? All right. Yeah, if you get all that done and they'll prepare a report, we'll be all set. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00437, Mr. Anid?
No, not that.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
Other than to request a copy of the nollie if they don't mind, but nothing further. Thank you.
That should be in that file. All
Thank
right.
you.
And then, Mr. Need, I'll give you the no contest police report back. You can provide that to Ms. Sutter.
And then you're all set to move on.
Do you want the copy?
She does. Thank you.
And then Kirkpatrick.
Yes, Your Honor, she's here out in the hallway. I'll grab her.
All right.
What time do I have to go?
Go where?
On this?
Until they call your case.
Okay.
Yeah, you're muted, right?
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-02041.
Oh, where did she go?
That's people of the state of Michigan versus Taja Kirkpatrick. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Georgian, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Kirkpatrick, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Taja Kirkpatrick?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
I'm going to defer to the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sutter?
My understanding is that there are no victims present today. I believe they were subpoenaed. My conversations with Mr. Brodowitz indicated they were subpoenaed. They did not appear today. Given that, I would ask that the case be dismissed.
Okay, is that a correct statement? You're unable to proceed with the final pretrial because of subpoena victims are not present?
That is true, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so there we go. So based on the defendant's motion to dismiss on the prosecutor's inability to go forward to the pretrial because subpoenaed witnesses failed to appear, the case is dismissed without prejudice. I'll sign that order right now. Ms. Kirkpatrick, what that means is the case is dismissed without prejudice. People could reissue if they choose to. But for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am? All right, thank you. That's all for the record. Anything else for the record in 22-02041? Mr. Need?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Then we have
I'm ready on Mr. Joseph, Judge, too.
Mr. Joseph. How about Waters French? So is that Mr. Brodowicz?
Yeah. you can proceed.
Yeah. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00520. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Rakenya Waters French. Ma'am, are you Rakenya Waters French? All right.
Did you just call it Waters French?
Yes,
Okay,
I
thank you.
did.
That's good.
Talking to Sutter.
No, that's all
Mr.
right.
Tucker.
That's all right. There's a lot going.
A lot of instinct just kicked in there.
I have no idea how to respond to that. So this is 23-00520. With the parties, this is the people versus Rakenya Waters French. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Waters French, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Rakenya Waters French? All right, this is the time set for a final pretrial from the people. How are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. As you stated, this is the time and date set for final pretrial. This matter was set at 8:30. People have subpoenaed witnesses. I've called the hallway in the courtroom. People's witnesses have not appeared. So at this time, the people are unable to proceed. I would refer to the defense.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Given the non-appearance of the witnesses of the final pretrial, I would ask for the case to be dismissed.
Yes. So people's witnesses failed to appear, although they were subpoenaed for final pretrial. The defendant requests motion to dismiss, which is granted without prejudice. All right, so I'm signing the order of acquittal based on the dismissal without prejudice. Ms. Waters French, what this means today is that the case is dismissed without prejudice. The people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes, the case is dismissed today. All right, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00520 from the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fair enough. Yeah, I talked to Jordan already.
Okay.
Ms. Robinson, you said you were ready on Joseph?
Yeah. Yes, I'm ready on Joseph.
All right. So we're on the record in 22-01463. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Joshua Joseph. This is set for pre-trial today. Parties, please introduce themselves for the record.
Stevens on behalf of people.
Okay.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Joseph.
And this is the time set for pre-trial today. Mr. Stevens, if you need a few minutes to, how are we proceeding?
Believe it or not, Judge, I actually talked to Ms. Robinson about 13 seconds ago regarding this case. It's my understanding that this matter will be set on for final pretrial, but I am assured that if I'm wrong, Ms. Robinson will correct me.
All right.
He's in fact not wrong, Judge.
All right. So we will set this for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial date is
March 28th at 8:30.
March 28th at 8:30. And jury trial date?
April 11th at 8.
April 11th at 8 o'clock. So we've set it for March 28th at 8:30 and jury trial on April 11th at 8 o'clock. Mr. Joseph, please keep in contact with your attorney, public defender, Aaron Robinson, if you have any questions concerning any of those dates. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-01463, Mr. Stevens?
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Robinson?
We're all set?
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And Ms. Freeman's been on Zoom. Did you?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed. I think do we have the correct date here?
Which one? Sorry.
Bethany Freeman.
It's just.
Yeah, she's the president.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Yes. All right, so we're on the record on 3 files. Ms. Freeman, we're ready to proceed on your file?
Okay,
Okay, you're there, Ms. Freeman?
sir.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-03442, 22-03443, and 22-03444. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Bethany Freeman. So the parties, please introduce themselves for the record.
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Freeman, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Bethany Freeman?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are the people proceeding?
I believe the people are going to be asking to adjourn for compliance, but I believe the defense will correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Sutter?
He is correct, Your Honor. Specifically, I would request an adjournment of 45 days. She's trying to make compliance, but she's on quite a fixed income, so she needs a little bit of time.
I understand that this was set for second pretrial today.
Correct.
And we've had one adjournment for compliance purposes. So we will adjourn it again but that'll be the last one.
Understood.
Yeah, that'll be the last adjournment. And so Ms. Freeman, we're going to adjourn this matter for compliance purposes today. But we're going to set it for, I want to make sure that she's given time to get in compliance with her schedule. So it's March 14th is today. I probably think
end of April, first week of
yeah,
May.
I'm thinking like
she gets her payments on the 1st of the month. And it's her only source of income is her Social Security.
Yeah, let's do May 2nd.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll do so pre-trial date on May 2nd, 9 a.m. May 2nd at 9 a.m. for compliance. Still by Zoom's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Ms. Freeman, you have May 2nd at 9 a.m. for compliance purposes. That'll be the final date of the adjournment, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's set for May 2nd at 9 a.m. Right. Anything else from the people on any one of these dockets, 22-3442, 3443, or 3444?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
Nothing, thank you.
All right. Ms. Freeman, we'll see you again via Zoom on May 2nd at 9 a.m. You have till that date to get everything all worked out, okay, ma'am?
Sure.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file.
Thank you.
How about Mr. King?
I have not yet seen Mr. King, Judge.
Is he on
He is?
Zoom? Mr. Lee's asking for help in his breakout room. Yeah, he's in a breakout room. It's what is somebody?
Mr. King is on Zoom. You're asking?
I don't know who has it, so I'll let you guys talk.
Who's
Are you people here?
who's in with Mr. Lee?
Yeah. First.
Let's go and bring him back.
Hello.
Right, but one of the prosecutors wanted to talk to him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Who's on the Motorola? Ma'am, on the Motorola 15G, would you please identify yourself? That's you, ma'am. Could you identify yourself?
Larissa Harden.
Miss Harden. All right, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right. We've got a few cases to call in front of you, but you're in the right place. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
I apologize, sir.
Is that Harden?
Hard, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Larissa Harden. How about LaVoy?
That's Miss Robinson. I can't remember whether she said he's on or not.
Miss Harden, you want to mute yourself just in case?
Yes, you want me to mute it?
Yeah, you probably should mute yourself because the courtroom can hear you. Burnett.
If you're looking to call something, Mr. Lee is unrepresented.
Yeah,
and
we
Mr.
are ready
Brado
to
is-
go.
You read, all right. You met with Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Lee, we'll call your case.
Okay.
On the record in docket 23000288. That is people of the state of Michigan voice versus Doyce Lee. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodovitz on behalf of the people.
And sir, you are Doyce Lee?
Yes.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
All right, this is time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are the people proceeding?
Like you said, Your Honor, today's the time set for pretrial. I had a chance to speak with Mr. Lee as he is representing himself. I conveyed the people's offer to Mr. Lee, which was to plead to the domestic violence with 7694A if eligible. And at this point, I believe I would leave it to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, you're representing yourself today, is that correct?
Yes, for the moment.
And you had the opportunity to speak with with the people, with the representative of the people, Mr. Brodovitz in a
Yes.
breakout room? All right. Do you plan to seek counsel in this matter, sir?
You said, do I plan to seek counseling?
Do you plan to retain or seek counsel in this matter?
I mean, yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Have you applied to the public defender's office or have you made application and been denied?
When I was trying to get help and seek help, all I was told was I made too much money for a lot of things. So
all right, so you don't fit their financial criteria. Do you plan to get a lawyer to represent you in this matter?
I'm gonna try to if my funds are available for it. I mean, I've never been in this situation, so I'm not really knowing what I'm supposed to do or not.
All right,
to do.
well, my understanding is you were arraigned on February 25th. It was set for pretrial on today's date. This is the first pretrial. And of course, it's my suggestion that you talk to a lawyer concerning this matter, that you don't represent yourself, since the penalty in this matter is up to 93 days in jail and or $500. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I understand.
So do you need additional time in order to seek counsel in this matter?
Yeah, I need to find a lawyer or somebody that I can talk to.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I really think that's a good idea to talk to a lawyer concerning this, because the 93-day jail time is kind of hanging over your head, and you probably should have an attorney who understands what that means, give you some advice. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I've never been in this situation and I don't know what to do. So I would
I
like to have an
understand.
attorney.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to get a lawyer. So the offer's been made. You haven't that understanding. I'm gonna set this for second pretrial to give you some time to get a lawyer to file an appearance and talk to. Second
Okay.
pretrial date, I'd say 30 days out.
April.
Okay, so it's April 4th
Okay.
at 9 o'clock. So April 4th at 9 o'clock will be the time period you have to get a lawyer. If you show up on that date, April 4th, and you don't have a lawyer, I'm just going to assume that you've waived the presence of a lawyer and you want to proceed on your own, okay?
Okay.
All right, but that's not the way to go here. The way to go here is to get a lawyer, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna seek one and seek help and see what I can do because I need a lawyer because I don't know what to do.
All right. So anything else from the people on docket 23-00288?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I just wanted to put on the record that when I spoke with Mr. Lee, I did ask him if he was going to retain counsel. And at that time, he told me he was not going to, so that's why I proceeded with the conversation.
Correct, yeah, right.
So I just wanted that to be noted for the record.
Right, yeah, I think some additional time for Mr. Lee to consider his options is probably a good idea here. All right, so Mr. Lee, we'll see you back here on April 4th, okay?
I got a question. How long do I have to be on this tether?
Until you get a lawyer or until you motion for the court to get you off. And I'm not gonna do anything along those lines until April 4th, okay?
Okay.
Unless you get a lawyer to file a motion or some appearance, that's why you really need legal counsel in this.
Okay. I will seek help. So the faster I get help, can I reach out to you at any time? Or the court?
Talk to the lawyer and he'll make some decisions for you, yes.
Okay.
All right. So that's all for the record, 23-00288. Mr. Lee, thank you for your appearance. We'll see you on April 4th.
Okay.
We want to go on King.
We can.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-03477. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Michael King. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
George Annette on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. King.
And this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This is scheduled for 9 o'clock. It's now 10:33. Ms. Robinson, is your client here?
Yeah, he's right there on Zoom.
Yes. Perfect. All right, Mr. King. And sir, you are Michael King?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. King?
Yes.
All right. This time set once again for the pretrial in the matter. Mr. Need, how are we proceeding?
I spoke briefly with the defense and after conversation, I'm going to let her proceed.
All right, Ms. Robinson?
We're going to be asking for a 2-week reset, a brief reset. Mr. King needs just an additional week or so for compliance purposes. He has an appointment on the 24th to get his dog vaccinated and licensed. So we would request a brief reset for 2 weeks.
Okay, this is just a brief recess for compliance purposes. This will be so Mr. King, this will be the last adjournment. This is the second pretrial. But I understand it takes some time. How are we looking on March 28th? Okay, so we'll reset it for March 28th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. King, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson, if you have any questions concerning that date, but you should be all set for your compliance matters. And we'll see you, and that's available by Zoom. It's a second pretrial on March 28th at 9 a.m. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right, anything else for the record? Docket 22-03477, Mr. Need?
Nothing from the
Ms.
people, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. Then you want to, should we call Mr. Lavoy?
Sure.
Is Mr. Lavoy here?
I have not seen him.
All right. Let me get the files. So we're on the record in docket 22-02368, 22-02369, and 22-03409. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Lavoy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
I'm going to jump in on Mr. Lavoy, Andrew Stevens on behalf of people.
All right.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. LaBoy.
And this is the time set for a pretrial. Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, in speaking with Ms. Robinson, it's my understanding that Mr. Lavoy is not present. I would also inform the court, I think it was about a week and a half ago, Mr. Lavoy was scheduled to be before this court on a felony matter for which he did not appear, and I myself requested a bench warrant, so I'm going to be doing the same today.
All right.
Easy one for me.
So, Ms. Robinson, any response?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So I think I remember that. So the defendants failed to appear.
If the court would like, I can probably give you the docket, the felony docket.
No, I think I remember enough to remember that he failed to appear. Defendant failed to appear at a previous, so the bench warrant bond forfeiture is issued on all three files. Anything else for the record in docket 22-0236869 and 22-3409, Mr. Stevens?
The only thing I would add is the felony docket was 23-387 FY.
All right.
I heard you saying you didn't need it, and I still provided.
Well, yes, you did, and I knew you'd know the name. Anything else, Ms. Robinson?
Absolutely not.
All right, that's all for the record in those three files. How about Miss Burnett?
We're ready on that.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-02240. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Misha Burnett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Broadway on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Burnett.
And ma'am, you are Misha Burnett?
Yes, I'm Misha Burnett.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Miss Burnett?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are the people proceeding?
People would defer to the defense, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
We're going to be asking for a final pretrial and jury trial, please.
Okay, we'll set for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial date of
March 28th at 8:30.
March 28th at 8:30. And jury trial date?
April at 8.
April 11th at 8. All right, so Ms. Burnett, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. It's set for final pretrial on March 28th at 8:30 and jury trial on April 11th at 8 o'clock. All right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-0002240, Mr. Brodowitz?
And nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. Ms. Burnett, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance.
All right, thank you.
How about Ms. Chen? It's off the docket.
May I ask, as Miss Harrington logged into Zoom?
Wait, Ms. Chen's off the docket?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes, Chen.
Mr. Stevens sent an alley yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll accept that.
Well, then.
It just hasn't made it to
The
page
TV went
where
on.
it needs to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Miss Harrington? I don't see Miss Harrington.
I didn't think so, but I thought I
All right.
asked.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
She's been on for like so long.
No.
I did not notice that the file was mine.
Miss,
No. I wasn't able to-
Ms. Chia, Angel Chia.
Yes. Hi.
All right, ma'am. You were here on the Chen case as
That's
an
right.
interpreter, is that correct?
That's
It
right.
appears that that case is not going today, so you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Oh, thank you so much. All right.
All right, thank you. Thank you
Thanks.
for your patience today.
No problem. Thanks.
On the record in docket 23-00620. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Angelica Harrington. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodovitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Harrington. I do not believe she is present.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial today on an assault and battery case. Mr. Brodowitz, how would you like to proceed?
Being as the defendant has failed to appear, the people would ask for a bench warrant that any bond be forfeited.
Ms. Sutter?
Your Honor, I would just point out that it's within the court's discretion to honor a 48-hour hold on any bench warrant. I believe this is her first failure to appear. This is my first pretrial with her, so I would ask the court to consider a 48-hour hold.
Yeah, this is an assaultive case, and I did arraign her, if I remember correctly, and we discussed her appearances. And she did not have a phone at the time. I have some concerns about. So I'm going to indicate defendant failed to appear, bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued based on the nature of the offense. Ms. Sutter, if you're able to, if she gets a hold of you, we'll entertain arraigning her, getting her back here in the next couple of days.
Will do. Thank you.
Oh, these are the boys. Plenty of time. How about Mr. Nemeth?
We're talking about that right now.
All right.
If there's a down second, Your Honor, can I ask a question about this afternoon stuff?
Sure.
I just heard word that Ms. Black is in custody out of county. She's a probation violation set for today. I wasn't aware of it until her significant other called her office, so I'm guessing the court wasn't aware of it to writ her either.
And she's not on our writ list, is she? All right, so we'll gonna adjourn that till we're able to get her
I
here.
suspect, yeah, it looks like she's in custody in Isabella County.
Okay.
Still on? Worried me that it went to silent.
You're right. Start pushing out shot block.
They picked the jury.
They're talking about bringing up.
But have they picked the Buchanan?
No, they're not bringing her up till 11.
Talking about bringing them up before Buchanan.
Oh. Anna, do you want me to?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't know if I was interrupting something. Do you want me to come back this afternoon from Miss Black then, or?
If that's your only case, no.
It
You
is
can-
my only
you-
case.
Or join by Zoom or something. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, just to put it on the record.
Try to send
We're gonna be in a jury trial this afternoon, so.
Yeah.
So keep in contact with us just in case,
Okay,
right?
maybe I'll shoot an email around
Right,
12:30,
yeah.
12:45 and ask.
So just to see where that docket is.
Sure, I can do that.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I want to point out, Larissa Hardin is here, but there's no attorney on record.
There's no attorney on Miss Hardin?
I did not find an application for our office.
Let's see. Miss Hardin? All right, why don't you unmute yourself?
Hi.
Ms.
I'm
Hart,
here.
you're not represented today?
No, I didn't. My attorney or I had supposed to have a attorney represent me.
Yeah.
But I
Are
didn't
you
I didn't hear-
represented by a lawyer today, ma'am?
No. I
All
was
right.
supposed to have
Have you sought
lawyer.
counsel in this case?
You said counseling?
Yeah, lawyer. Have you sought a lawyer in this case?
No, I was waiting for an appointed lawyer to call me. No one's called me yet.
Hold on just a second.
In the hand, but haven't done anything since. You call.
All right, so Ms. Harden, it appears I have your
Yes.
file here. You were arraigned on March 3rd, and you did request a public defender. And then something happened in the mix. So for whatever reason, that application is still in the process. So we're gonna adjourn this pre-trial to make sure you have a lawyer if you requested one, okay?
Okay.
All right. I think since you've requested a lawyer, I think that's the way to go. You may want to contact the public defender's office just to see where your application is, okay?
Okay.
Do you need their number?
Yes. I'm getting a pen and paper.
All right. Let me give you take down their number and indicate to them that you requested a public defender at arraignment. And I just want to make sure that you make application or that's in the process. All right.
Okay.
All right. So the number of the public defender's office is 517.
Okay.
517-679.
Yes.
2979.
2979. Okay.
All right. And we'll adjourn this case to
On both of the 53s or just one?
3 weeks.
Which one? He's in custody, so I have to have him brought up.
So, Ms. Harden, we're going to adjourn this to April. April 4th at 9 a.m. So on that April 4th at 9 a.m., make sure the public defender's office has that date, all right? Ms. Harden? Yeah. When you contact them, make sure they know that this was set for pretrial and that you requested an attorney at arraignment. And so make sure they have that date, okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00389 from the people? Mr. Brodowitz, any? Mr. Stevens?
It's Mr. Anits, and I'm sorry, I was talking.
That's all right.
Not on behalf, I just want to point out that we do have the victim here today. They did appear. So
Oh,
he was most
for the
likely-
pretrial?
Yeah.
All right. All All right, well, it's been reset for April 4th at 9 a.m. so that she can take care of any counselor, any of the public defender needs. Anything else for the record? Ms. Harden, you understand you're to be back here on April 4th? And please use that number to get a hold of the public defender's office, okay?
Okay.
All right, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay.
How about Rudolph?
Red-nosed reindeer?
Last one.
Amber Rudolph?
Right.
That's my lead.
Oh, we probably have cases before that. No, yeah.
As an aside, I did just get an email receipt from Mr. Shaler about the payment.
Perfect. Okay. So we have Mr. Nemeth.
Yes, we're ready on that.
All right.
Well, yeah, Andrew. Oh, you're here. Okay, cool.
I'm not going too far.
So we're on the record in docket 22-03260. People of the state of Michigan versus Alex Nemeth. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Andrew Stevens on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Nemeth.
Sir, you are Alex Nemeth.
Correct.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Nemeth?
Yes, I can.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Punchline to that, or the answer to that question is that I believe Ms. Robinson is going to request that this matter be set for final pretrial and jury trial. The longer answer, of course, because there always is one, is that Mr. Nemeth has a pending felony matter in 55th. And I have received some communication from Jesse Bessinen over in 55th. And there is at least a prospect that Mr. Nemeth will be heading, or at least trying to head to a mental health court with the 55th District Court. There are a few sort of pieces that we need to resolve in order for that to happen, which specifically are attached to this case. And so if I remember my conversation with Ms. Robinson, that felony matter in 55th is scheduled for preliminary examination next week. I'm hopeful that we can resolve some of those matters and then ultimately, if they resolve the way we're sort of projecting, this case and the final pretrial and jury trial may become a moot point.
Okay, all right.
That's correct.
All right, so we'll set it for final pretrial and jury trial, but we're looking at a global resolution on some level.
Correct.
Okay, final pretrial date?
March 28th.
So March 28th at 8:30 for final pretrial date and jury trial date of April 11th at 8. All right, so Mr. Nemeth, your dates in front of this court are final pretrial date on March 28th at 8:30, jury trial date on April 11th at 8 o'clock. Please keep in contact with your public defender, Aaron Robinson, and she'll let you know the status, at least on these dates, and then anything towards the resolution. All right, sir?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-03260. Mr. Stevens?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. About Mr. Roberts.
He's in custody and we're trying to figure out where he is.
You want to do, are you ready to go on Rachel's Brown?
And Mr. Nemeth, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Is he here?
Thank you.
That's your. That's your. So we might just want to reset that. Have him here.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown on Zoom?
Who's Motorola Moto G? Sir, on the Motorola Moto G, would you identify yourself?
I'm Angelica Harrington.
All right, ma'am. Angelica Harrington. Yeah, Miss Harrington, you're a little late for your case. You should come. What's that?
My phone had died.
All right. Well, you've been bench warranted. I don't know if I have that. Here it is. Who's your attorney? Miss Sutter? Miss Sutter, here's Miss Harrington.
Oh, lovely.
Would you like to speak with Miss Harrington?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ms. Harrington, by appearing today, you may have served yourself a bench warrant, because I have not signed it yet, but I'm gonna put you in a room with your public defender, okay?
Okay,
All right, when she joins in, I'll put you in a room with her.
okay.
All right. Daniel, it's all your.
Brown,
Ms. Brown.
Brown's me, and then I have Galvin. Well, so Brown, Robertson, and Galvin.
So how about
Try.
Rudolph is yours, George.
Brown is, we don't, Robertson, we don't know where they found it.
Well, he's in jail. He just did not put him on file.
Right.
So we could probably.
And then you've talked to everybody on yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how about Raekwon Brown?
Where I believe Miss Roberts, Miss Robertson is seeing if he's here.
Okay. How about Michael Galvin?
That one too, I believe, is Miss Robinson.
All right.
I'm not sure if he is.
And then Miss Rudolph's here.
I'm putting her in a break.
All right. How about Mr. Robertson? We probably should reschedule.
Yeah, for in person.
Where's the officers on that?
The officer's out in the hallway. Was on the, we have the officer here.
Is that Sutter or Robinson?
Robinson.
Okay.
Apparently there's.
Let's get her in here and then before
She jump on Zoom.
she's on Zoom, so we'll just wait, but.
I mean, I can go.
It's all right. I think we've got time now.
Joshua, Joseph is my last one.
I feel like we did that.
We've already done Mr. Joseph.
What was it?
We did,
I covered that one, I think, for you.
yeah.
I can give you the notes here in a second.
All right, so we're on the record, back on the record in docket 23-00620. This case, parties appearances for the record.
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Harrington, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Angelica Harrington?
Yes.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are the people proceeding?
The people would defer to the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sutter.
This time, we would request a final pretrial date.
It will set for final pretrial on
March 28th at 8:30.
March 28th at 8:30. And we'll set it. I don't know if we need it or not. We'll do a corresponding jury trial on April 11th at 8 o'clock. So, Ms. Harrington, please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter. You're set for a final pretrial on March 28th at 8:30. March 28th at 8:30 and jury trial on April 11th at 8 o'clock. If you have some questionable Zoom in regards to your phone, or it's probably a good idea just to show up on the 6th floor of the City Hall. Just because that might save you some bench warrant status later. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 23-00620 from the people?
Nothing from the people, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Sutter?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not gonna tear that. I'm just gonna leave it. And Ms. Harrington, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay.
There's one more.
That's what I tell.
Miss Robinson, are we ready on, we probably should put Robertson on.
Fine.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna reschedule that because we asked for him to be put on Polycom like a week, not a week or a month, but like an hour and a half ago. And I don't know where he is, and they haven't put him on Polycom.
Is that ICJ?
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
They've never responded to emails.
Something moved. There's been a lot of Polycom.
Right. So we're on the record in docket 22-00817 and 22-00817. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Robertson.
This is the time set for a pretrial and a PA 53 contempt. For the record, and I understand the defendant was to be placed in Bingham County Jail on Polycom. We're now about an hour and a half after the request, and it appears that the defendant has not been placed on Polycom. So we're going to reschedule this event. I just saw that the PA 53 was also scheduled. Do you have, so I'm going to reschedule them both. Okay. I don't.
That's fine with the people, Your Honor. The people would also just like to note that apparently there's a second PA 53 violation. And so we're going to be looking into that and just ask if that gets set at the same time.
All right. So we'll reset Polycom issues.
Do you want to just do it next week, Judge?
Yeah.
Sure.
And if that's a PA 53, we probably should have that. We should just rid them over because that's a live hearing.
Let's do, excuse me, 9:30 next Monday, 21st.
So we'll do
Tuesday?
Tuesday,
What did I say?
Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tuesday.
So we'll reset it for Tuesday, the 21st. For both files.
What time was that, your?
21st, what time?
5:30.
At 9:30. All right, so Mr. Robertson's been set on the file, on the pretrial and the PA 53. I have a live hearing, so we'll rid him out or have him brought over from the jail, March 21st at 9:30. Anything else for the record, docket 22-00817 from the people?
Nothing from the people. Your
Ms.
Honor.
Robinson.
Sure, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ready on Brown?
I
don't think he's here, maybe.
Oh. Yes, I'm.
All right.
So, yeah, we can call that.
Yeah, I'm
case.
ready. Brian.
So we're on the record in docket 22-02015. People of the state of Michigan versus Raquan Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Prado, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Brown.
And this is time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are the people proceeding?
At this time, it appears defendant has failed to appear. People would ask for a bench warrant and any bond be forfeited.
All right, this is initially set for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:09. I do not see Mr. Brown in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see him in the physical courtroom. It appears the defendants failed to appear. I have a previous fail to appear on December 5th. And I have an assault of crime. Any comment on the request, Ms. Robinson?
No comment.
All right. With that understanding, the defendants failed to appear, bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. And we're on the record in dockets. Two files, 23-00436 and 23-00536. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Michael Cody Galvin.
I haven't seen him. So.
So will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Prado, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Galvin.
And this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Robinson, is your client present?
I don't see him. I didn't see him pop up on Zoom. I don't know if the court has maybe.
All right, I do not see Mr. Galvin in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the waiting courtroom. I don't see anybody in the physical courtroom. I don't know if his name's been called in the hallway, just in case.
There was nobody out there.
You're the
so-
only person who's here for your file.
Okay,
There are two officers.
all right. So this was initially set for 10 o'clock. It's now 11:10. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear. How would you like to proceed from the people?
Being as the defendants failed to appear, the people would ask for bench warrant and any bond be forfeited.
Ms. Robinson,
I would ask for a 48-hour hold. I think this is first failures to appear, at least from my end, they are.
I have two malicious destruction of properties. I don't have a fail to appear. I have a fail to appear, but that was after a summons. I don't put a lot of stock in that. So I'm going to indicate the defendant failed to appear, bench warrant bond forfeiture issue with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00436 and 23-00536.
Just briefly for the record, Your Honor, people would like to note that Mr. Galvin is also scheduled to be in front of this court on Friday for a preliminary exam on possession of methamphetamine and assaulting, resisting, obstructing a police officer.
All right, thank you. Well, then we'll really see if he shows up. Mr. Galvin. That's all for the record in those two files. And then on Ms. Rudolph.
Yep, we're ready.
So we're on the record in docket 23-00541. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Amber Rudolph. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Rudolph.
Is there, are the people, who's got Rudolph?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Need, I just called docket 23-00541. People of the state of Michigan versus Amber Rudolph, and the people are present for that case?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you are Amber Rudolph on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can
Yes,
hear me
sir.
all right, Miss Rudolph?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're breaking up a little bit, so you want to watch moving around.
Setting it for like a burn reset.
All right, so Mr. Need, how are we proceeding today?
We have an ongoing investigation is what the defense has told me. So at this time, I think she wants to set it up for further till we get that.
Ms. Robinson?
That's correct. We request a 30-day reset.
Okay, this is the first pre-trial, so we'll adjourn for 30 days. April 11th at 9 a.m. So Ms. Rudolph, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. We've reset this for April 11th at 9 a.m. concerning this file. All right, ma'am?
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00541. Mr. Need?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
Actually, briefly, Your Honor, so she informed me that she's actually getting married, and she plans to do that out of state from April 19th to April 23rd. I know we have the pretrial date before that date, but I just wanted to bring it to the court's attention and see if she would be able to do so.
What are your wedding dates, ma'am?
The wedding date is the.
What are your dates for
We
traveling
would be
out of
leaving
state?
the 9th to the 23rd.
19th through 23rd. And what state will you be married in?
Ohio.
All right, so as a condition of arraignment, it appears that there was a no out-of-state travel, which is why the juxt here. So I'm gonna amend that to allow out-of-state travel. And we'll just to be safe, we'll make it from the 18th to the 24th to Ohio. So that should alleviate any concerns about out-of-state travel. You'll be 18th through the 24th, able to travel out of state. And then when you get back on the 24th, the out-of-state travel will reconfigure. And if you want to change that, contact Ms. Robinson, all right?
All righty.
All right, Ms. Robinson, does that take care of any of your concerns?
It does.
All
Thank you,
right.
Judge.
All right. So Ms. Rudolph, please keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. We'll see you back here on April 11th at 9 a.m.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, ma'am. We are. Which one's that?
know if anybody's in there.
Is anybody in the Ingham County jail room? Ingham County Jail?
Zero, 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 one, one. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Valerie Ostrowski. Will the parties make their appearances for the record?
Ryan Ring on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jackie Moss on behalf of Ms. Ostrowski, who is approaching and standing to my right.
All right. And that's fine. My understanding are there's some pretrial matters to go forward. I will just give this warning out. As I've been told, there's another judge picking jurors, and we're going to get the jurors after that judge. And so I'm not sure how big the pool is. I'm not sure how big the jury pool is for that.
I believe
So
it was 25, Judge.
yeah, so there's 25 for two. So there's 12 for 25. That's, to me, that's cutting it close. Okay. Just so you know, we're moving forward. But that's where we stand right now. And it's my understanding there's some pretrial matters to bring to the court's attention. Is that fair?
That's fair, Judge.
All right. You may proceed, Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Judge. This morning, defense brought to me two proposed jury instructions. One being 7.23, past violence by complainant or decedent, Judge. And this wasn't submitted with the proposed jury instructions. It was just brought to my attention this morning. We've had no notice of what these other wrong acts might be at this time, Judge. And I would ask for an offer of proof as to the admissibility of these other acts, Judge, because under 404, it would be admissible, Judge, inadmissible, Judge.
So this is my understanding. The jury instruction goes to the other acts evidence under 404. That's character evidence that the defense plans to bring in concerning the victim of pursuant to the character of the victim in the case.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and so that also brings in then other character issues, not only under 404B, but under character issues concerning character of the victim in regards to self-defense, I would think. Under that same, so it's 404B is the instruction, but under 404A, I believe there's 3 parts to that 404A rule when the defendant brings character evidence forward.
Yeah, and actually, Your Honor, if I may correct myself, our intention is to bring forth the evidence for not necessarily purposes of proving the the complainant's character, but proving that the defendant had reason to fear the complainant due to the prior acts.
Because of the victims, and she will testify that my understanding, and she's going to testify that based on these prior acts, she was afraid of the defendant's behavior. That also, in turn, though, that opens up cross-examination to you of whatever acts are concerning this matter. If I remember the court rule correctly, which is 404. Let me see, I'm gonna find it. Believe it or not, I thought about this when we were, because this does go to the self-defense claim. And the rule is 404A1, character of evidence of a pertinent trait of character. And if this isn't the pertinent trait, this would be part 2, character of alleged victim of a homicide. This isn't a homicide. It's not sexual conduct. So it's part 1. If the evidence of the trait of character of the alleged victim of the crime is offered by the accused and admitted under subdivision A2, evidence of a trait of character for aggression of the accused offered by the prosecution, you're indicating that that character trait would become an issue in regards to the defense case of self-defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So that's what, from my understanding. So it's not really a 404B issue as it is a 404 pursuant to the Michigan Rules of Evidence A1 evidence involving alleged character of the victim. However, I believe it's fairly broad then that if they testify to the alleged character of the victim, that they can be cross-examined on specific acts, which is how I've read the rule, and the federal rule reads the same. So you could actually get, so it's good and bad here. I mean, you can the specific acts, the nature of the specific acts can get into by the prosecutor on cross-examination, which that may be important, it may not be. So Mr. Ring, your comment, I don't know, this doesn't fall under 404B, which is the notice issue that you were talking about. I don't know if 404A1 has a notice provision in it in the Michigan Rules of Evidence. But so I guess is the objection. So A, are you entitled to an offer of proof? I think you are. Okay. I think that's fair to know. Not exactly an offer of proof because it's coming right at you day of trial. So it's not like you had this before. But then you can also, I'll make a ruling if you want, whether it fits under the rule in this matter.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that it's a discovery issue in
Right.
any matter. I was just, as to the admissibility, I don't know what those facts are, so I don't know. I don't have anything to base its admissibility off of, Judge. So I was just asking for an offer of proof as to its admissibility.
Right. So as an offer of proof, Mr. Moss, I would think this would be, and you can correct me, and then this would be that, of course, we can't get into specific acts. So this would be that the defendant was placed in fear because of character issues, because of a character issue she was aware of concerning the victim's conduct.
Yes, Your Honor, exactly.
And that's what would place her in reasonable fear. I think that is the defense can get into that. But I also think that you can also get into specific acts concerning those events, which may be a problem for the defense if we're bringing up other acts, other character acts that she may or may not have been aware of. That's for the jury to sort it out. We can explain it to them what it means. But if they hear, oh, there were other acts here and this is all, then I don't know what they're going to do with that. And so I'm just making the record that they'll get the instruction. They're supposed to sift through the difference between liability and not guilt and character. But that's the danger here. And as long as everybody's here, everybody understands that, I'm good with the instruction and I'm good with the character evidence coming in a limited format. It'd have to be relevant and I'd have to, it'd have to, but I do think that goes to if this is a claim of self-defense, that it's reasonable for them to bring that up, indicating there's a reason why she would be in fear. So Mr. Ring, I guess in regards to the question, the actual character issue of being afraid of the victim can be brought up. And then you can get into cross-examination of specific acts if you choose to, okay? What I won't allow is the defense to get into specific acts as a prior, because that's too dangerous. That means that she's saying, I was afraid of you because of A, B, and C specifically. She can just say, I was afraid of you because of the character of being in fear, all right? But it allows you to get into the specific acts if you choose to.
Thank you, Judge. And I've let defense know that I plan to, if that is allowed and is elicited, that I plan to offer evidence of the defendant's same trait under 404B2.
Okay, so that is, so have you provided notice of that? Because that 404B requires notice that you, so you mean 404A, I think?
I apologize,
All right.
Judge.
So you're saying that you may cross-examine on specific acts if they raise that as an issue?
Correct, Judge.
Mr. Moss.
As the prosecutor said, Your Honor, yes, we did have discussion of that, and I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I think that keeps it pretty clean here. I think the defense can raise as part of character that the defendant was placed in fear by the victim's behavior because of a character of the victim. Of course, they'd have to have a basis for that. I'd explain to the jury that this goes to character. This doesn't go to guilt or innocent, but that may raise the issue of why the defendant reacted the way they did. And then Mr. Ring, on cross-examination of whatever witness provides that testimony, you can get into the specific act of the incident.
Okay.
Based on the rule. I think the rule provides that. So I'm real clear with that. We've done all the jury instructions. Most of them will allow both counsel to look at the jury instructions. This really goes to the last part 3 of the jury instructions, and not the intro or the procedure. So it goes to part 3, but we'll make sure they have that instruction 7.23, which goes to 404A. 404A1, I think is the and I'll just note the Michigan rules are a little different than federal rules, because it appears that 2 and 3 go to homicide and sexual conduct, whereas opposed to in the federal rules, I think 2 is broken into homicide and assaultive behavior with a non-homicide. So, but I think that's fair. Mr. Ring, anything else you want to bring to the court's attention?
Your Honor, there was one more proposed special instruction that defense brought to me this morning, Your Honor, and I would object to the inclusion of that instruction, as well as there's no legal basis for that instruction, Your Honor.
Okay, and what instructions that? What number is that?
It's not a number, sir. It's a Your Honor, it's a special jury instruction that was written essentially based on mutual affray. My request would be that the jury be made aware that if they determine that Ms. Ostrowski was not acting in self-defense, but yet determine that there was in fact a mutual affray that the parties were engaged in, that no crime in fact was committed.
All right, I only think it's fair to take that under advisement and listen to the testimony and then reconsider it before we give the part 3 final instructions. So the elements have to prove an assault and battery, in this case, time and venue, and then and the defense has not put on a case. This is part of the affirmative defense of self-defense would be. And so I'll look at that right before we go into part 3 to see if that's an allowable instruction. If it's not in the numbers, it's going to be a problem for me because I'm a numbers guy, but I'll take a look at it. All right. Anything else concerning pretrial matters in docket 23-00011 on the Ostrowski case, Mr. Ring?
The people would just ask for sequestration of the witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, and you know your case better than I do. So if somebody comes in that you see shouldn't be in because they're potential witnesses, let the court know and I'll make sure they're out. Otherwise, sequestration, I assume you have no objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, but for the investigating officer, if you have an investigating officer, the sequestration will be in order. I'll leave it to the lawyers to believe what that means. You can tell your witnesses that. because I mean, as part of, we may take a break, we may go to lunch, and they should refrain from talking about the case to each other or anything along those lines. Right now, the court's acting as if we're going forward. We'll be picking a jury here in the next hopefully hour or so. But I'm not sure what's going on in Judge Buchanan's courtroom. So anything else for the record, Mr. Ring?
Nothing on behalf of people.
Anything, Mr. Moss, concerning those who are responding to the motions? Do you have anything to bring to the court's attention?
Nothing additional to bring to the court's attention, Your Honor, just for a point of clarification so that I can properly advise my client. In regard to your ruling regarding character evidence of the complainant. So Ms. Ostrowski will be allowed to testify that she is afraid of the complainant because of previous situations that have occurred, but she's not able to testify as to the specific instances.
Correct. She can indicate that she was placed in reasonable fear because it's her understanding the victim may have character that placed her there. And I think she can get into that. I think that's valid under the rule. But she opens the door to the specific acts that come in from the defense, but you're absolutely right. Okay. All right. Anything else for the record? And then we'll come in and pick a jury whenever we get the jury panel selected, okay? Or whenever we get what Judge Buchanan doesn't take. And by the way, she did have the older file, so she gets precedent. That's how we did it. Anything else for the record on docket 230011 from the people?
There is one other slight matter, Judge. I don't have one of the officers here. Mr. Moss has indicated that he wants that officer present.
All right.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
All right, and so that might be addressed in jury instructions as we go forward at the end.
And thank Mr. Ringer for bringing that up. I forgot that was one of the issues I did want to address with the court.
Okay, so we'll go forward. That's somebody who investigated afterwards. I would assume
that was somebody present at the scene or present relatively quickly after it happened.
All right,
it was a responding officer, Judge.
All right, and then if you want the jury to be instructed concerning the non-appearance of that witness for whatever reason, we'll entertain an instruction to that effect. Okay.
Very good, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Anything else, Mr. Moss, on docket 230017?
Nothing from myself, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ring, you're all set?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll await the panel to catch up with the courtroom.
All rise.
I'll cover it if you.
On the iPhone, would you please identify yourself? You'll have to unmute, ma'am.
Ariana Duke?
All right, Ms. Duke. You're here to be arraigned on a probation violation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then Mr. McNeely, you're also here?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, and you're here on a probation violation arraignment also. All right, so let's start with the probation violation arraignments. We'll start with you, Ms. Duke. So we're on the record in docket 21-02940. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Ariana Duke. And this is the time set for a arraignment on a probation violation. And ma'am, you are Ariana Duke?
Yes, I am.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the, it looks like two pages of probation violation that have been alleged against you. And then so that you understand the nature of the charges. And then I'm going to indicate to you some of your options you have for the hearing on this case. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. So it is alleged that yourself, Ariana Lachey Duke, did violate your probation while on probation by, that looks like an amendment. Okay, here it is. It appears that you alleged defendants committed the following technical violation: that you failed to submit to random testing per AberHealth on February 25th, 2023. That was submitted by Jody Bayless on February 27th, 2023. So that's the technical probation violation, is a fail to submit to random testing. There is a non-technical probation violation that on February 17th, 2023 at 2:00 in the afternoon, that you entered the exclusion zone. And there's also a tether violation per JSG on that same date, it appears. Tether violation number 4 and a violation that you entered the exclusion zone. So you understand the nature of the probation violation charges that have been brought against you, Ms. Duke?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you have a right to a hearing in this case, and you have the right to counsel. This will be you have the right to a hearing. We usually set the hearing within 2 weeks. You have the right to counsel. You have the right to be represented, to cross-examine or contest any charges brought against you by the probation officer in this matter. Were you represented by the public defender's office in the underlying case?
Yes, I was, by Scott Nichols.
All right. Do you plan on seeking additional representation from the public defender's office on this file?
Preferably.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be a good idea. So what I'm going to do here is they have a little different system for set up for these violations. What you're going to need to do is get a hold of the public defender's office in order for this hearing. So they represent you at this hearing. All right.
Okay.
And where's
Could I get that information, or how will I contact?
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna get you the number so you can call them. I just misplaced my number someplace.
Okay.
Here it is. So I'm gonna set this for hearing on this probation violation. What's the date for that?
The
28th of 1. On March 28th at 1:00. I'm going to indicate that you are to seek representation from the public defender's office. And that number is, I'm going to give you, so call them and tell them about this date. It's March 28th at 1:00. Call this number, 517
1 second, I can put it in my notes.
All right.
Okay, it's 517.
517-679-2979.
Okay, 2979. All right.
And if they previously represented you under the underlying file, they're likely to represent you on this probation violation, but you have to start that process. So you have to contact them as opposed to the last time where they assigned a public defender at arraignment. You have to contact them to let them know that March 28th at 1 o'clock is your probation violation date, and they should be here to represent you. And then they can work it out with the probation agent concerning what the consequences are if there are any, okay? Because the allegation right now is you violated probation. And so you pled to it. I believe you pled to a domestic in front of this court.
Yes,
so
I did.
you're on probation. Okay, so you're on probation for that domestic. So make sure you tell them that March 28th date in regards to this probation violation. All right.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions of me, Ms. Duke?
No, I do not.
All right. So you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. We'll see you back here on that April date, that March 28th date, and then we'll see what our options are. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. McNeely. So you are Tyson McNeely, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're on the record in docket 20-01742. This is an arraignment on a probation violation, and I'll indicate the nature of the probation violation for the record. And then once again, I'll talk you through some of your options in regard to the hearing you that we're going to assign, okay?
Okay.
Fines and costs are paid. All right. So it is reported that as of the date of this filing, which is February 27, 2023, by Jody Bayless, request and summons for probation violation. The first violation is you failed to pay fines and costs. The last payment was made April 22nd, 2022, and that you still owed $1,150.21. So my understanding is in regard to that violation, that you've paid in full at this time, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, you're breaking up, Mr. McNeely, so.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, well, we just checked the computer before we came in, and it appears that the second violation is you failed to attend intensive outpatient substance abuse program. The third violation is you failed to provide proof of a 12-step program. And the fourth violation is you failed to attend provided proof of the VIP program. Do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you in relation to your probation violation?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. So were you represented by the, it looks like you retained an attorney on this case initially. Do you recall if you retained an attorney or if you were represented by the public defender's office under the underlying case in which you pled guilty on?
I did retain an attorney for this case.
All right. Do you plan to seek representation from the public defender's office or to represent yourself or to retain an attorney in regards to this case? You're on probation to this court. It looks like for an OWI first. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
And no, I did not plan on retaining any attorneys at this point.
Did you plan on seeking the public defender's office or at least inquiring whether you fit their financial background?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to set this for hearing. And so you should contact, how much contact do you had with it is your new probation agent, Jody Bayless, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. to see if there's a resolution to this that can be had. I'm going to set it for hearing. You have a right to counsel at that hearing. You have the right to be represented. You have the right to cross-examine or contest any charges brought against you in this case. I'm going to go ahead and set it for hearing. And if you come in person, I'll have Ms. Bayless here and you can work out anything that needs to be worked out. You certainly have an argument that the first violation has been paid for since you're up to date on your costs. The next several violations I'm uncertain about. All right, Mr. McNeely?
It's to my knowledge, Your Honor, that she should have amended these violations before the court happened today. All these have been already taken care of. Every
all right.
charge. So
I'll await to hear from Miss Bayless on that, but I do want to set it for hearing just in case. All right.
All right, Your Honor.
So we're going to set it for hearing on
March 28th.
March 28th at 1 o'clock. So it's set for hearing. That'll be a live hearing on March 28th at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, I'm going to have my staff contact Miss Bayless to see if she has an update in regards to this. But right now it's March 28th at 1 o'clock. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That's all on the record in docket 20-1742. All right. And my understanding is Miss Black has not been brought over because she's still in writ, right?
Where is she?
Your Honor, I don't
That's
think
my daughter's case. Yeah.
She in Shiawassee County?
she's in Isabella County is what I've been told. I just became aware of it this morning, so I don't think the court knew to even writ her.
All right. And that's a probation hearing. So let's go ahead. So we're on the record in docket 20-00432. People of the state of Michigan versus Chelsea Black. Ms. Sutter, your appearance for the record.
Good afternoon. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing on behalf of Ms. Black, who is not present, though not by her own fault.
All right. And so I'm going to indicate for the record that Ms. Black was found or is currently in the Isabella County Jail and needs to be writ out for the hearing, for a probation violation hearing. And so we'll set it for that hearing. I'm assuming we'll go ahead and set that hearing and then have the probation officer up here so you can discuss or what have you. But what's a hearing date for Miss Black? And we'll have to writ her out. You wouldn't have any you wouldn't know why she's in the Isabella County Jail, Miss Sutter.
I do not know, Your Honor. It was a family member of
All
hers
right.
who called us to let us know, hoping today could be arranged over Zoom, and that didn't become aware of it until this morning.
All right.
Let's do April 4th.
We'll do April 4th at 1 o'clock. So it'll be set for April 4th at 1 o'clock, and then if we'll writ them out for that date. Brian Hannon is her probation officer, so I don't know if I'm assuming her probation officer knows where she's at, but maybe not.
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I'll email Brendan in a few minutes and let him know.
All right. So anything else for the record, docket 20-00432?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Krawczyk. On Mr. McNeely?
Yeah. I was
We just had him.
I was just emailing her what happened.
She said he's in full compliance. She wishes to dismiss all violations.
All right. Give me that file. Do you have that file back? Let me. And we'll put that email in the.
Are we still living it out, or do you want her to contact her client?
Let's take it off. If it's dismissed, there's no reason to.
I thought that nobody needed to. I don't know. I could be mistaken.
All right, let's. Is Jessica Krawczyk here? All right, Miss Krawczyk, why don't you come up here? And you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
No, sir.
All right. Have you had the opportunity to speak to the probation agent in this?
I have,
You have?
yes,
And who's your probation agent?
Jody Bayless.
Jody Bayless. Yeah, we need her. So let's go ahead and get Miss Bayless up here and we'll see if there's what we're doing with the probation violation, okay? So go ahead and have a seat. I'm sorry to bring you up here, but we got it. So I'm gonna put that on it. Let's bring Miss Bayless up here. How about Brian Miller?
He's the one that wasn't gonna show up because he has COVID.
Oh, that's right. That's the email that you got. That you received. All right. So let's adjourn that case and we'll reset it. Really just based on the fact that we weren't sure what was going on. We're on the record in docket 22-00519. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Brian Miller. This is the time set for a probation violation hearing. It's my understanding that Mr. Miller was unable to appear today. We got an email from, I think, criminal department, or did they, probation, that Mr. Miller was under the confines of COVID. And judging from other things that were going on this afternoon, we were not sure how far into the docket we'd get. So we are going to adjourn this matter for hearing. March 28th at 1 o'clock. All right, that's all for the record in 22-00519, and Mr. Miller will get a notice to that effect. The rest are sentencing, so. Well, you could record for the visiting judge.